Do 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 do. Okay, there we go. Audio looks better. Now, YouTube having issues? Let's double check. The mouse is not getting captured. That's an issue. Although, no wait, no, that's just fucking, that's OBS. Wait, no, it's set to capture cursor. Why? It's not capturing the, it's capturing the normal cursor just fine. It is not capturing the text highlight cursor. That's an issue. Although it should just be a fucking display capture. You shouldn't have issues with cursor. Yami, how is YouTube looking better? I'm not sure what you mean by having an episode. YouTube is fine? Okay. OBS not capture text cursor. The progress bar was having a moment jumping back and forth. Oh, that's definitely not something on my end. I don't think I've ever encountered that issue. Okay, that's unfortunate that it doesn't capture text cursor. Let's see if... Yeah, no, it's not just... It's not just, Goda, it's in general. I think it matters too much. No, I know. Like, it's a minor thing. It's just, it bothers me. Using custom cursors? You know, that's a good point. Like, yeah, I saw about... Like, I got into custom cursors, like, a little bit. And by I got into, I mean, became made aware of their existence. Like, probably, like, mid-2010s. And then I just never looked into it because I don't typically mess with that kind of stuff. Like, customization. But that could be cool. Although it would be really funny if OBS just didn't capture custom cursors because they were looking for like a specific SVG file or something. Using the same cursor since 2017 when the PC version of Nier Automata released a cool cursor set. Oh, having a promotional cursor set. It's not ported to Windows OS cursors. That's cool. I had never even considered something like that. Having a cursor set to like promote a game, that could potentially be very interesting. Although a cursor set is like something that you kind of have to dedicate yourself to. Google's saying to add a fake cursor and animate it manually. No, that's not something I can do live. I don't think I would have the current capabilities to draw an arbitrary image to the screen and then have it track the mouse. Having custom cursors per game is pretty common. Really? That seems like something that would be a bit more niche because, I mean, I guess if it's like really easy to swap between cursor packs, back when I was messing with it, you had to like manually change each individual one. But I think since DOS games and all this point and click. No, having custom cursors in the game, yeah. I'm talking about like if they just released a cursor set that you could install just for general use. Does the iCursor show in Notepad? It does not show in Notepad++. Or at least, it doesn't show in the display capture. Because, like, actually, let's go ahead and add game capture, specific window, Notepad++, capture cursor. Why are you... Notepad specifically? Not Notepad++. Uh, I... we can try. It depends on implementation. For earlier games, it was more common to delete the real cursor and have a fake one. But for games made since Windows 10, it's been around. They just use the API, the Windows API. Oh, okay. Do I have fucking Notepad? I might have gotten rid of it. Nope. Nope. No capture. Also, what the fuck off. Stop shoving AI everywhere. I wanted to see if... Why is this game capture not working for NP++? Okay, fine. I'll try a window capture. Okay, there we go. Okay, it works with window capture, but it does not work with display capture. Yeah, I should be using the Windows default cursor theme. I might have tweaked scale, maybe? I probably tweaked speed. Because my monitors are 4K, but they're physically kind of small. So I upscale everything by 200% just so shit isn't tiny. Okay, mouse settings. Pointer options, pointers. Yeah, I'm using the Windows default system scheme. Yeah, that's unfortunate. I mean, not a terribly big deal, just annoying now that I've noticed it. Okay. Which video renderer is your OBS using? Doo-ba-doo-boo, let's find out. The video encoder is NVIDIA NVENC H264. And renderer is under advanced. Oh, renderer is Direct 3D 11. Although it looks like I'm not able to change that without ending stream. So that would require a reset. Switching it to the opposite to test. Hmm. Okay, so I opened up a second instance of OBS in order to check the settings to see what the other option would be, and now it doesn't want to close. Okay, task manager saved for the day. Other option is OpenGL. Oh, okay. I actually, in retrospect, I don't know why I thought checking what the other option is would give me more context. I don't know what rendering methods are. I mean, I know what rendering is, but I don't know anything about the specific tools. Nah, it's fine. I can try to remember to test the other one the other time. Okay. Entity HP 0. Okay, yes, Yami sent me a thingamabobble to try. Good morning, Whoa. Okay. We might need to workshop that. No, that's fine. That's fine. But it's worth testing. Okay. Extends can only be used. Really? That's interesting. So you can't yoink variables from multiple classes. Godot does a lot of structure on your own, and then just putting the tree just schematically. Kind of glad you didn't get to Manus. Yeah, I wonder about the run back. Oh, fuck that run back. You could add an overlay with a PNG of an IBM cursor that follows your cursor using the move source filter. The move source filter doesn't seem super well equipped to dynamically following stuff. Like, it would probably just be more efficient to actually just make a script to draw an image over the screen that tracks my mouse. Double extends doesn't work. Hypothetical class node 30 and player have HP. You want to use, how does it know which? I can't there. I mean, you could figure out a way around that, like just take priority of whichever one is listed first or something, but yeah, that's understandable. Okay, I'm actually going to go ahead and disable the the link blocking just so Yami doesn't keep getting fucking gagged and chloroformed. And if we have any bad actors in this chat of 3 people, I will just nuke them. Okay, hyperlinks are now allowed. Wait. Okay, yeah, hyperlinks should be good. And by hyperlinks, I mean player.new. Reset the cursor theme? Yeah, I mean, I can do that. Interesting, if I invert the cursor colors, it works. Yeah, basically the bad actor. Yes, indeed. Okay, if I fucking use anything other than the default, it works. Okay, oh, okay, so, if I use the default mouse color scheme, nothing. If I use the custom color scheme and then set it to white, so it's identical to the default, it works. Okay. Like, that's like, I guess that's not identical. It is slightly different, but it's more or less the same. It's like a few pixels different. Okay, if I make this fucking max size. Okay, if I increase the size of it on the default, it is visible. Oh. That's very interesting. It is actively making it smaller. Because on my screen right now, my cursor, the two brackets on the eye is above and below the highlight color of the 3 line. But in OBS, it's like the same size as the highlight color. Like I said, like scaling to 4K and downscaling to 1080p. My monitor is currently set to 4K and then upscaled by 200%, so shit isn't tiny. OBS is capturing at 4K and downscaling to 1080p. Well, downscaling to slightly smaller than 1080p because the monitor capture is not the full stream screen. Let's just find a functional. Whatever you're doing with all the scaling, that's probably to blame. Yeah, that would make sense. Okay. Well, fucking slight pixel differences. Okay. Well. Maybe one day I will find a cool custom mouse set to use. But we can see. Okay. Extends node 3D. That isn't yelling at me. Nope. Yeah, it's yelling at me. The parameter delta is never used. Huh? Wait, so class entity, physics process. It triggered the breakpoint? I did not implement a breakpoint. I don't know how to implement a breakpoint. Like, I thought this was the breakpoint. Class enemy? Wait, why the fuck does class player have that? Okay, I guess I just clicked somewhere. Okay, no, you're good. Okay, loads. I cannot move. And my gravity is increasing indefinitely, but that's just because I'm frozen midair. Hmm. Moving gravity. Instead of extends nodes 3D, does extends character body work? Character? Ah. No. What I don't get is why it's not moving. Oh, because because this is actually on the player object. So we need to get it to connect to this properly before it'll actually have access to the code. Add child adds the node to the node tree on the left programmatically. Oh, so should I go ahead and delete the pre-existing one? Because this should create a new instance? Although this code doesn't have any association with the player mesh. Hmm. Okay, so what we're trying to do is, I guess, to add the add child. You need to add the add child to the test level. Add a script to the scene, and then you can add it. Huh? So add a script to the scene that has this function. Our player class just doesn't have a mesh yet. Although I need to actually set these. Dot shape. Add the collision to mesh you already made. Oh, like from this? Actually, yeah, if we could just import this game object directly, that would be the best solution. Get node. Ah, okay. So we are currently on the player, so I just rename it and just change it to whatever. Way ahead, yeah, on the player collision. Okay, let me. Yeah. Okay. Add child, get node. Add child, get node. Because technically, the model doesn't have to be a child of the collision. I just wanted to do that because it's like this is the model for that collision. But if we only have the one model and the one collision, then that's fine. Takes care of the code structuring for you. Well, I mean, isn't being able to add and remove objects dynamically just good? Oh, that's smart. Oh, so adding this adds all of its childs implicitly? That's cool. But yeah, it feels like being able to manually create things through code just is very powerful. Wrong button. Nope. Actually, hang on. Huh? Platform. I'm gonna lower that down slightly. Okay. I wanted to lower it down in case our new guy was spawning below the platform. Can I just spawn in an instance of this? Although actually, for this code right here that is adding the shit, that this is the only code that's currently on this object. So all of the movement data isn't actually associated with this object. So I don't think this is actually connecting this to the movement. Delete the player node in the level and then add it through the script. Well, then I have to connect the script to something. I guess I could have a spawn player in... Fuck off! So on function ready... No, fuck off. Self.addChild player.new. And then in the player... Player.new. Okay, but this did not... So the addChild player.new... Is that the player class? Or is that the player game object? Well, the player object still needs code associated with it. But that's probably just going to be the class player. We're replacing the player game object with the class. Oh, so we're not going to have this entire scene at all. We're just going to create the player entirely dynamically. So instead of having a prefab, we're just going to have a function to run. What is the node structure for your scene? For the test level, this is the node structure. Okay, so something is being created. Something with gravity. Because this code is the print velocity from the player class. Although, if we're creating the collision and shit through the code, I might have to also manually set its collision layering. Did I not fucking save? The fuck? Create the entire collision layer in code. That's because I'm assuming we won't need custom collision. Well, I mean, we don't need custom collision because we're just trying to. I still don't get, like, why wouldn't I just create the player prefab here and then just spawn an instance of the player? Because then all of this would be pre-made already. Yeah, man. Are you okay? I mean, I can always just wait until you fully type out all the instructions. Set owner? That's a new one. Um, this right here. What is this add child doing? Because character body, physics body. This is just adding an empty object. It looks like. Okay, no, okay. It is adding the player class. Copy pasting a player node. Well, it looks like it's adding the player class, not the player node. Creating a node? A new instance of the player class and adding it. Oh, okay, so it... Oh, okay, so the player extends entity, which extends character body 3D. So the add child player implicitly has to be character body 3D. Okay, that makes sense. So it's creating a character body 3D of class player because class player has to be character body 3D because it only has one line it extends from. Okay, well, if it's adding a completely new node of this class, then it doesn't have this child for player collision just yet. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, sorry. Okay. Chair, let's stop slowly creeping forward. Oh no, I was trying to figure out why we were doing that. Nope. Well, the player class is being created properly because it's printing velocity. The collision is not being made. The collision and the mesh is not being made. But the class we're making a new node so it doesn't have access to this shit. We now need to Okay, what is the benefit of doing all this when alternatively I could just make the player object and then just spawn it in? Like just do fucking like slash add node and then the URL path to this. Enemies? Yeah, but I can make a fucking new 3D scene, build out the enemy, and then just reference this directly. And just use this as a prefab. Like, not necessarily, oh, I have the test level, plop, plop, plop. It's, oh, I have the test level, there's a spawner here. Every 5 seconds it runs spawn enemy. And then it just fucking grabs this shit and plops it in. What if the enemies were different? Well, I mean, that assumes that you want the enemies to be different. Can you change the prefab values from the spawner? I don't know if you can change the prefab values, but you could definitely change the values after you spawn the enemy. So you could just fucking spawn it and then 1 frame later update the information, which isn't optimal. But, I mean... It just seems like it would be more convenient and more organized to actually use the prefab system. It also lets you visually see what the heck you're doing. We're doing the equivalent in code, what Godot does. Yeah, but fucking looking through this shit is not as convenient as click, click, blap, bloop. Also, I'd love how how the stream title is Entoma Protolimus when this is actually just Enter learns how to code. It's not convenient because lack of experience. Yeah, I suppose that's fair. Okay, I'm going to take a short break to eat some food and drink some water and stretch. I will be right back. Huh? Godot, why are you eating my input? Okay. I'm back. Can you run the code and see what happens in the test levels? I mean, I can. Oh, fucking new unsave. Oh. These are issues. You can only use get node if it's part of the same. Well, yeah. That's why I was confused why we were doing this, because that doesn't make any intuitive sense. I mean, it looks like it did create it. The collision fails because it doesn't exist. If you put it in the root folder? Well, I mean, you can't get the node of player collision because player collision isn't a node that exists. The player collision node exists in this, and we're not referencing this at all. Hello, dwarf. Like, that's what it feels like to me. Like, so instead of get node, we should do fucking like add node or something, and then create a new collision. You need the player collision in the test scene to use it. Yeah, but the player collision doesn't exist in the test scene because we're trying to get it to where we just create it from nothing. Although I think like I still think it would just be better to just have a bunch of prefabs. Given like how many enemies we're going to have, how many items we're going to have, how many just random miscellaneous game objects we're going to have, to just have their prefabs and then drag them in, and then for like dynamic stuff, reference the prefabs. That just seems so much more like intuitive to me. And a lot easier to manage rather than, oh, everything is just random text in random files. Because you're also gonna have to be like referencing like models and animation files and like deciding where the hitboxes go and stuff. When like most, if not all of that, could be done through the UI. Also, why, when I click this, why is it mesh instance? Why is it not the entire fucking platform? Because it has to be a fucking static body. You can't, you just let control. You inherently don't have dynamic nodes. You have dynamic nodes, I think. I think you can dynamically change variables. You just have to be like fucking, like, uh, export? At export? And then if I go over here, yeah, health is over here. Although that might just be for more convenient manual access. I don't know if you can change that through script. Dynamic nodes as in change the node tree. Adding an enemy as a unique node. I mean, again, you can just spawn something in and then change its values. Or even, don't even fully spawn it in. Just, like, instantiate it without it actually being part of the map. Change its values and then spawn it in. Or, like, spawn it in deactivated. Change the values and then activate it. Like, you can make custom enemies without making an entirely separate prefab. Like, I feel like ignoring the UI entirely is a massive mistake. How does that spawn work? It works however you want it to. Oh, an enemy is spawning in. Okay. Spawn it in deactivated, tweak the code, reactivate it. Can you give... I gave an example. Fucking, you walk towards an area, enemy loads. Enemy spawns in, but it's not active yet. This enemy is supposed to be a custom variant with more health. Increase the health value for this specific enemy. Activate it. Can you give an example? No. I don't know enough about the Godot syntax. But like, it would almost certainly just be like, you could also alternatively, like, let's go fucking test level. Let me just drag in a player or whatever. Copy paste. Copy paste. And then just for like, ignore that they're childhood. You could just take this specific player. Like, if this is an enemy, oh, it actually has 500 health. But then the other ones are not affected. So you could still use the one prefab object, but then just tweak this instance. For each unique scene, you have to make a unique tree, though. You have to do that anyway, because every scene is implicitly its own game object. Every room individual. Do you want to go through every room individually and it everything manually? What? What are you talking about? And add it? You have to do that anyway. You don't have a thing in the level unless you add it. You have to give it coordinates and position values and stuff. New room loaded, spawn 3 enemies. But that's already like this. I fucking drag them into the where I want them to be. And then, oop, room loaded, and oh, look, the enemies are already there. Like, it's not just, oh, spawn 3 enemies. You would still have to, in the code, dictate the position values of where you spawn the enemy. Why is the pill on the side moving differently? I don't know. Maybe it's maybe it's like relative or something? I don't know. Unless you give said enemies detection AI to position themselves. Well, yeah, but then you have to have fucking like pathfinding and stuff, and that also assumes that they're going to be able to get to their designated location faster than the player gets into the room to see them. But even then, you still have to designate where you want them to walk, so you might as well just place them where they start. I'm just not entirely convinced it's a good idea. I'm just like I'm just trying to figure out why you would manually do a fuck ton of shit through code when alternatively you could just make one prefab and then just place it where you want. Like that's how level viewers work. And like how level editors work. I thought pathfinding was implicit. Yeah, no, absolutely having pathfinding. You have to have pathfinding, otherwise the enemies are just going to walk in a straight line towards the player. But, I mean, I just think it's a bit silly. Like, if you place a bunch of enemies in the center of the room and then have them pathfind to their quote-unquote spawn position, you might as well just have them spawn at their spawn position, because you have to designate those coordinates regardless. But yeah, no, I absolutely do want to have the player be able to lure enemies wherever the fuck they want, because that would be really, really, really funny if there was a particular strat that required you to lure something halfway across the map. It's like, oh yes, let me pull this bone wheel all the way out of the catacombs and up to Sense Fortress. Ignore the part where bone wheels can't climb ladders. But yeah, no, I'm not opposed to spawning stuff in via code. It just seems magnitudes more convenient and more intuitive to use the prefabs, because that's like what they're there for. To have one thing preemptively made because you know you're going to use that one thing a lot. Enemy AI decides what's the best position for it to be in without needing to specify the spawn position. Oh, that's more so like dynamically controlled AI. And like classic AI, not machine learning. The lack of control will bite you in the... I really don't think it will. Because like if I'm making like a simple platformer game, you build out an enemy, and then regardless of what level you're in, that enemy will always function identically. So you should just have one instance of the enemy, and then you just place it where you want. Like I'm not saying your idea is bad or worse or anything. I just don't think it's a good idea to write off the prefabs entirely. There wouldn't be so many people using GD script to do everything for code. The option if you wouldn't need it at some point. I mean, I'm using code. It's just, if there was no point in using the prefabs wouldn't be here. Interchangeable weapon. What if an enemy picks up a new weapon? Then I just... presumably, at the point where I have enemies and weapons, the enemy is going to have its own inventory. So then I just change which item is in the enemy's equipped slot. Just because a prefab starts out predetermined, that doesn't mean you can't change it. Although all of these having the exact same name is annoying. Hopefully they have like an internal ID. You need to dynamically change the collision for the new weapon. That's a point. You could have the prefab for the enemy, and then the enemy would have different animations for each of the weapon types that it's compatible with. And then you could potentially have like locator nodes placed on the enemy's like hands and stuff. And then if an enemy picks up a new weapon type, it spawns in an instance of that weapon and then places it on the enemy's hands. Or potentially you just have the enemy and then you just have every single weapon in the game. Generate a new weapon node through code and plus parent. Well, I mean, if you're going to do that, just spawn in the weapon prefab and parent it to the enemy. Like what I don't... Like, I think my biggest thing is... What is the difference between having a function that is predetermined item shit and a prefab that's predetermined item shit? Can you parent? Not spawn in the weapon and then parent it to the enemy prefab. You would spawn in the weapon and then parent it to the specific enemy instance. Not the enemy prefab. Because technically the enemy prefab is never used. It's just a bunch of different instances. The key aspect is just much more granular. Well, in that case, shouldn't we just somewhere, I don't know where it would be located, but shouldn't we have just fucking func spawn player? And then just have a specific function that is spawn player. Maybe with an argument for position or whatever. Or do you think the self-add child is spawning a new player? Yeah, but you're doing add child, and then we're gonna have to do more shit instead of just under the ready run the make thing. If it's something to do with your prefab, you're pretty screwed. Not necessarily. Because you could just go to the prefab, oh, the player, less health. Ba-da. Although, presumably we're going... presumably at a later point in development, we're going to have, like, many, many, many different locations the player could spawn in. So we would have to account for that, but that's an issue for later. No, I'm not saying I'm more comfortable using prefabs. I just don't get why we wouldn't use them at all. I don't see why you're assigning semantic differences to spawn it. This piece right here is adding a singular node. It is creating a player class. That is all it's doing. It's not associated with any of the models. It's not associated with any of the movement. This isn't making the full player. This is making the player class. Initiate. But why would you use initiate over ready? They seem like they're the same thing. Oh, yeah, no. For the player, you're probably going to always be spawning them in via code because you never know where the player's going to spawn in. But for like enemies and stuff that are always in the exact same spot every single time. And it is the thing you put within the parentheses and the dot new. No. Like maybe I'm just too like visual pilled or whatever. Like thinking about like level editors and like scene viewers and stuff. It just makes a lot of sense to be able to just pull up a map and then just physically place the enemies where I feel like they should be located. Function ready is the function that gets called. Okay, so add player. Visual pill works great for static things like a level, but most other elements in the game are interactable. Well, yeah. But like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It just feels like it wouldn't be this prevalent if it wasn't useful. And it feels very useful. So was this supposed to be init? Should I swap this to init? Because I probably just did ready out of instinct. That is something else. Okay. Function init health. HP equals health. And you in the code can go player new 5. Oh, so whenever you make a new instance of a class, init is the first thing that's ran. Initializing the values of a class, ready gets called when the class is used, and does all of the node structure. Oh, okay. So init is like the setup, and then once the thing is actually made and it gets plopped in, then ready does the rest of the shit. There are arguments made for both methodologies, particularly when working as a beginner. Maybe, I don't know, maybe prefabs are more useful for like a simpler, less dynamic game. Like I imagine like for something like just a simple 2D platformer, like that has I imagine that has prefabs all over the place because the enemies are never different. I wouldn't be resisting if you're just making a simple Candy Crush or something. Yeah, I guess the more complex the system is, the less you can rely on templates. But like, I don't want to have to just load the level every single, like manually load in and jump around with debug stuff to check that things are where I want them to place. I'd rather be able to just visually move them around rather than, okay, go in here, fucking move 50 Y units, compile, load, look around, close, fucking 75 Y units, etc., etc. That sounds incredibly fucking tedious. Save entire scenes and load them in code? Huh? Excuse me. Well, yeah, that's how nodes work. That's a scene. Make an empty scene with all level geometry and static enemies, and load that. Well, that's using prefabs. Unless I'm misunderstanding what you're meaning. Or you mean just have a fucking blank model, place that where I want, and then grab the coordinates from the model. Wait, load the scene in code? What? What? But that doesn't solve that doesn't solve the problem of fucking just having to tweak position values in text. I want to be able to see my shit. I want to be able to like easily move through the map and stuff. Wait. Go into the scene editor, add the enemies if you want, save the scene. Go into the scene editor, make the scene, add the enemies if you want, save the scene. Then when you want to use it, go to the code and just... Yeah, that's what I've been talking about this entire time. Using prefabs. You take the enemy, you place it where you want, and then the scene gets loaded when the player gets near the scene. Why the heck is this move plain blue? This is moving along the x-axis. This should be red. This one should be blue. I guess it's rotating around that axis. If you do it through code, you can still dynamically change whatever without being limited by the static scene tree. But the scene tree isn't static. It's just, it always initializes the same. Like, you can change things dynamically through code after the level has already been made. Presumably. I'm going to change one of the enemy nodes into an NPC. Well, I mean, if I want to swap an enemy to an NPC, I'll just go into the scene viewer, delete the enemy, drag in the NPC. Like, I don't need to do that dynamically. And, like, doing it through code would be incredibly annoying. Making it... Why would you make an entirely new scene? You'd go into the pre-existing scene, delete the enemy, drag in the NPC. Or just have the enemy and NPC both loaded in, but one of them is disabled until a flag is set. And then after that flag is set, you swap which one is disabled. That doesn't seem super complex. Loading everything at once is extremely inefficient, though. Okay, then don't have them both loaded at the same time. Just, like, when the player gets close, check if the flag is set, then load the one that you need. Like, maybe there's, like, something incredibly obvious that I'm overlooking because I just don't know it exists. But, like, I'm not really seeing any reason to just completely disregard prefabs. Like, they seem like an incredibly useful and a very, very powerful tool. Unless they're just, like, actually really stupid, and I just don't know. We aren't completely disregarding the prefab. I thought your whole argument was do everything through code. Because it has more control. Like, I thought we were building up to deleting this player.tscn. Next, I wanted to load the player just so we can use the... If we want to load the player, why don't we just spawn in the player? Oh, look. Player's loaded in. I just don't understand. Like, just encode, grab the player prefab, and just place it wherever you want. Maybe I'm just too tired or something. Like, I really don't understand what you're getting at. Doing that for every single scene manually isn't the green pressure. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Doing everything through code for every single scene sounds like pain and hell. Which is why I don't know why you want to spawn in everything through code. Like the fucking 95% of all enemies, even in Dark Souls, is a static enemy with predetermined everything. So just fucking drag it in the level editor. Interesting. The one on its side cannot turn left, right. Oh no, it can. It's just really fucking slow. It's also inverted controls. You have the autonomy. I cannot. Yeah, I'm not saying your idea is bad. I'm just saying I don't understand the appeal of your idea. Like, obviously, I acknowledge doing shit through code gives you a lot more control. It just seems like in the instance where an enemy is always the same, it doesn't make sense to do it in a system where the argument is dynamic shit. If you have to just send away for whatever... Why would I blame you? What? What's that even supposed to mean? That's not any quote-unquote fault. That's just, oh, I did a thing. It turns out there was a better way. What do you mean by blame you? You didn't do anything to have blame for. I wasn't good enough at convincing you? Well, I mean, that's also just, like an experience thing. Like, there's some things, like, you just have to experience in order to fully understand it. And for better or for worse, I do have very strong opinions. And if I don't understand why I would do something a certain way, it's very difficult to convince me to do it that way. Because, like, I acknowledge your argument that, like, doing stuff through code gives you a lot more power. And, like, dynamic control and stuff. I'm just not seeing the appeal to use that functionality for a system that is very, very, very static. If you need one or the other at a later point, it'll be extremely painful to... I mean, maybe for the system. Like, maybe it'll be painful to, like, change the system. But, I mean, it won't be painful for me to change my mind. Once I have sufficient information and understanding, it's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's the better method. But, yeah, like, enemies don't really change much. Okay, 16 by 16. Wait. 8 by 8. Huh. What method was better after getting significantly into it? Eh. That's whatever. That doesn't matter in the slightest, because that's just a learning experience. I give negative shits about getting kicked in the teeth if I learn something. Because then you learn it, and then you can use it for future projects. Like, something like this feels like it would be a major setback, but it's going to be a major setback exactly once. And then you learn what is the better way to do it, depending on the current situation, and then you just do it the better way. Seems pretty simple to me. Although, it is good to figure this out so I can use it if I do want to have like an enemy spawner. Knowledge is evil, evil, they're new things. Indeed. For me, the things that come to mind are dismembering enemies and changing the collision nodes. Weapons, I've said before, pretty much anything that is controlled by the nodes, like collision and physics and display. Yeah, but like most enemies are only going to have like maybe one or two weapon types, unless I do want them to be able to pick up random shit. So, like, really the only reason to account for them holding every weapon in the game is if I want to be very friendly towards modding support. Which I do. Those are concrete examples I can think of. I'm sure there's many others I'm not thinking of. Yeah, probably. Although... Uh, you could... I guess you could have it to where it's like on enemy weapon change, it spawns in an instance of the new weapon and then just places it at the enemy's location relative to their current animation. Like, that seems like it would be simple enough. Although... actually... Actually, having it track the animation... Because, like, if the hand is swinging around, the sword has to match that perfectly. So like it would probably have to reference something. So like the enemy would potentially have like a weapon target node placed on the hand that then gets moved with the model animation, and then the weapon is actually a child of that node that's on the hand, so that it always tracks that. But then you have to account for rotation and stuff. Another way to phrase it, I guess, you can freely staple any nodes and code dynamically. If you're going with the everything has the same skeleton idea, you can just spawn a skeleton and just adding a new mesh to represent a new enemy, as opposed to creating a new prefab for each unique weapon combination you have. Yeah. Like I definitely see the appeal of using code if you're going to allow enemies to use a bunch of different weapons. Because like that's more dynamic. But like if it's an enemy that, so like the further away you get from static, the less appealing the prefabs are. But I also like I still want to be able to just freely view the map. Like like part of the appeal is like part of the appeal of making the game world is actually seeing the game world in the level editor. Scene viewer is dynamic too. Well, I mean, if I'm in the scene viewer and we're not using prefabs, then none of the enemies are going to be visible. Like it'll be visible here, but we can't really move around and shit. If an enemy has collision, you can see the scene change real time as you change the nodes. Well, I mean, yeah, you can change you can see the nodes change. But yeah, that's not in the scene viewer, that's in the game view. If the nodes change, why wouldn't the scene viewer? Well, I mean, these things positions changed, but the scene viewer is the same. The scene viewer is the scene. Okay, I don't know why this is freaking out. Yeah, as far as I can tell, it looks like the scene viewer is just the initial state of the scene. I mean, let's try and get this dynamic player spawning working, and then we can have a visual tell. Like we will know for certain that a thing spawns in, and then we can see if the scene updates properly anywhere else. Quickly add a mesh instance 3D in the test level. Oh, through code? Yeah, sure. Okay, so function ready, self dot add child mesh instance 3D. Although we do need to give this a shape, I believe. Click on the new function to see if it has any parameters. I don't know if I can give this thing a name. Okay, well, it's spawning it in. You can add a name if you don't do it in a single line. So something like that. Oh, okay, that worked. So soup dot shape. Mesh. What's your syntax? Give me your syntax. Shape equals, I guess. Okay, that didn't work. Mesh dot mesh. Okay. Okay, that didn't set the mesh. Nope. Maybe string? Nope. Maybe I need to put that before? Nope, the mesh is empty. Mesh. Cube mesh? Oh. Oh, that sounds familiar. I forget because all this shit is prefixed with new for some fucking reason. Hey, we have a box. Victory. Yeah, I mean, the presumed snark is not needed. I'm aware that prefabs are code. Code is code. It's a computer running scripts. Everything is code. Does that change the sheet? That's a good question. Okay, so 3D scene. No, that does not change the scene viewer. As expected. Although, why? Why is this collision shape disabled? Wait, this mesh instance. Go back to box. But you know, it does not update the scene viewer. Although, interestingly, I can move stuff in the scene viewer to dynamically update in the real time over here. Set owner. Do I set the owner before or after I create it? I imagine before. After you create it, before you add it. Okay. What if I click on the soup node? I can... Oh, fuck's sake. I can change this shit to make it update its values in the game viewer. But nope. Although I think tweaking this stuff while the game view is open doesn't get saved unless you like intentionally save it. I think I remember hearing something about that. Ugh. But also, spawning a bunch of random shit in through code is also like anti-asset extractor, anti-data miner, which that's kind of rude, to be honest. Like, the only time I want to be anti-data miner is if I'm making, like, a puzzle game. Save the assets separately and just load asset. That's called using prefabs. Because this player.tscn is the prefab of the player. You can some. I don't remember when you said that. Like, I know you said we're not fully throwing it away. But, like, I guess just the way it's been sounding is making it sound like you're saying don't make a prefab of every single enemy. Wait, I mean, if I'm spawning the same thing fucking 75 times, I want a pre-made thing. Whether that be a function or a prefab. Changing it as a single change line change from change. But that's you can't see those changes. I want to be able to visualize what this shit actually looks like. I don't want it to just be just a fucking everything is text. I want to be able to see the game as I'm making it. And I thought that's what the point of the entity template asset was, would be to like have this arbitrary node, place it at the position, and then swap that out with the specific enemy model. Still make the ant mesh and ant line mesh in the prefab. You just add it through code. Yeah, but then I can't see it placed in the level. Like I can view the individual enemy, and that's cool. But like I want to be able to like actually view the level. I also don't want to fuck over people trying to make level viewers in the future. I am I'm a very visual oriented spatial brain, for lack of a better term, because I lost where my train of thought was going. What happened to the game design document? Doop-a-doop-boo. I mean, it's right here. I have it. It didn't go anywhere. It's just we're not working on that right now. And this was less a design document and more of let's try and list a bunch of cool ideas. What's the goal right now? The goal is to learn. Really, this is just learning. I don't like it when my game is 500 gigabytes. Someone made a new file for every combination of meshes and skeleton. I'm not making a combination of every mesh and skeleton. What? At what point did I imply that that was a thing? I would have one presumably, all the humanoid enemies would have the same skeleton. And then, oh, there's a unique shape. It's going to have its own skeleton, but that skeleton is only loaded when that enemy is there. If you make a prefab for every enemy, that's what it's... No. It's only loading... Presumably, it's only loading in the things that are actually loaded in. Oh, wait, 500... Oh, okay. Sorry, I completely misread your message. I thought you were talking about processing power. Wait, kind of slow. The total file size of the game doesn't impact the current processing speed. The shit that's being rendered and processed right now in the current moment is affecting the processing speed. Like, you don't have every single enemy and every single level loaded all at the same time. This player dot tscn is 1 kilobyte, 616 bytes. But this is an incredibly simple thing. What are you talking about way too big? 1 kilobyte is nothing. Also, I don't know why it's registering as 1 kilobyte in the file explorer when it's listed as 616 bytes. 1 kilobyte is supposed to be 1,000 around. I'm assuming you can specify any custom mesh in the mesh instance 3D. There's all the make unique, edit mesh. One kilobyte is the minimum that Windows recognizes. Interesting. Okay, yeah, it looks like you can just load an arbitrary mesh if you want. Although you'd have to make one first. Do you have any obj on hand? I mean, I have this thing. I can export this thing. If it only references the mesh, or if it saves it for every unique mesh. Oh, so are you proposing that potentially everything that uses a mesh instance 3D just has every other mesh loaded in the background? Um, okay, I exported it as .obj, but it also has a .mtl. Although this .obj is 64 kilobytes. It also won't let me drag it in. Every single mesh instance needs to save its mesh somewhere, and that costs file size. And if it saves it uniquely for each mesh, instead of referencing it from another file, file size will escalate. Oh, okay. Oh, so like if I have 50 different enemies, are they all referencing the same mesh instance? Or are they being stupid and there's 50 copies of the exact same mesh? Okay. Uh, do, 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 do. Okay, done. Let me just fucking open in File Manager. Paste. Ant.obj. That is not the model that I made. Everyone having their own mesh is faster performance-wise, but saving a cost file size. Okay. This is not the thing that I built. Select the Blender object to export that object. Huh? This is selected. Cube.002 file export .obj. That's what I did. Oh, is this not saved? Maybe it exported non-saved. Okay. Do 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 do. Huh? Wait, did I? Okay. Delete that. Delete that. Delete that. Delete that. Delete that. Save 7 times. Select cube. File. Export. Dot obj. Okay. And it's dot obj. Drag it in. Okay, I don't know what the issue is. Delete the ant.op. Okay, ant.obj has been deleted. Then drag it in again. What the fuck is this golf ball doing inside of my ant? Make sure to replace the... Oh, I fully deleted every instance. Okay, delete that. Delete that, delete that. Close that. Save. Close. If I can... Don't save. I should have hit save. Save, 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 save. Close. And then... Boop. Launch Godot. Launch Blender. File, open recent. Ants.blend. File, export. Huh? Oh, wavefront. Okay. Click selection only. Oh, wait, that's the... I grabbed the wrong file. Ant32.obj. There we go. It's tiny. There's a huge golf ball in your Blender file somewhere. Shouldn't be. Oh. Oh, it's the fucking original cube that was disabled. Why is that exporting if it's fucking disabled? That's stupid. Well, technically the group was disabled. The object itself is enabled. Save. Save the mesh instance? Not sure what you mean by that. But the player.tscn, as it currently stands, the player.tscn is 714 bytes. Okay, so 714 bytes with a single one, 935 bytes with two of them. So it's not 1-to-1, or maybe it is. Unless, for whatever reason... 891 bytes. If they're not super scaled. How big is the original ant32.obj? Ant32.obj is 2.66 kilobytes. The ant32.obj.import is 684 bytes. It's adding 200 bytes per 32 quads. Well, I wonder if the individual vertexes matter. Huh. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, no. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so with 10 instances, it is 2.29 kilobytes. Although this is also... Hang on. If I go to the test level... Okay, test level.tscn is... Properties. Okay, it's 1,000... 1,338 bytes. If I add one of that... 1,600 bytes. So yeah, like 290. 1768. 1936. Okay. Okay, I wanted to test if... Wait, no. I did the dumb, stupid thing. Couldn't save your scene. The fuck you mean I couldn't save my scene? Okay, thank you. Okay, so 1594. And then if I drag in another instance of the player, 1738. Okay, so that's 144. 1882. 144. Okay, so adding an additional prefab only adds 144 bytes. So referencing a prefab is slightly cheaper than just throwing in the model itself. That prefab is really simple. Yeah, but even still, referencing the prefab was cheaper than referencing the model itself. And I imagine the model itself is always going to be more expensive than the prefab. Okay, let's just throw a shit ton of models into this. Okay, player.tscn, 4,200 bytes. Test is 1882. Wait, actually, no, hang on. Okay, test is 6348. So if I drag this in here, it is now 1596. Huh? Wait. 6,348 bytes. If I drag the player in, it is now 1,005. How did it get smaller by me adding shit to it? It somehow lost like nearly 5,000 bytes when I added the player.tc and prefab. Compression. I don't see how that's possible. Like why wouldn't the original one be compressed down to like 5 bytes if we're gonna have that? Just always have to compress. Okay, well that ruins my attempt at doing math to find out how much one of these shits is worth. You cannot compress all files to the same degree. Interesting. If you had a new file, you might have a bigger file size, but you can compress it more. Yeah, but it feels weird that you can add shit, but then have a smaller size. Like, I think that violates the law of equivalent exchange. If you have a bunch of unique data, you can't compress it, but if you have like-minded data, it compresses more. Data is in similar bytes. Yeah, but still, even if all of these, these 12 or whatever models, even if they're all treated as the same model, I still don't get how the total file size is smaller than the original thing. Like, it should be more data, not less. Unless, maybe the original file was small enough that it doesn't bother compressing it, because it's not worth it for the processing power to be spent on such little effort. Such little return, rather. Okay. Well, that was a fun detour. But yeah, no, I'm not gonna be using huge 8K textures. Who the fuck uses an 8K texture? That seems very excessive. And does that mean when by 8K you mean like 8,000 pixels per square inch? $16,000. No. That's getting ridiculous. My computer's gonna catch on fire. Realistic level performance to quality wise, Unreal Nanite. Is that much? Is that? I don't think I've heard of Unreal Nanite. Presumably that's a spin-off of the Unreal Engine. But like I wouldn't even want to use like super high fidelity graphics even if I could. Because like it doesn't matter if you can make a game that's like super giga gorgeous and like has infinity frames and pixels if the end user can't actually play your game. That's like building a mosaic on the side of Mount Rushmore and then telling somebody to look at it through the binoculars that is installed like 2 miles away. It doesn't matter how pretty it is if the hardware can't keep up. Unreal expects you to not even write real code, just use their stupid code node system. What? No. What? Why would you do that? Just give me full proper C# or some shit. I don't want to play building blocks with my code. I want to make a sandcastle. Okay, what was the point of this detour? I forget. Oh, to see like if prefabs are stupid expensive in terms of file size. These engines are designed for beginners and low barrier of entry. That's bad for profit. Ugh, that's stupid. Although Unreal specifically doesn't actually make any money until you have over 1 million in revenue. So, like, I don't know if a beginner is going to be making 1 million in revenue. Although, I suppose experience doesn't necessarily equate to game quality. Like, you can be a new dev and just make something that's fun and it just instantly takes off. Unreal Dragon Ball Z, where someone just took the Dragon Ball models from another game and chucked them into Unreal 3 without real gameplay, and they got like 200,000 through Kickstarter. That sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen. Okay, that's one thing that's really annoying. The mesh is taking priority, even though it's the lowest thing in the hierarchy for that object. licensing. Ooh, yeah. The asset store. Yeah, Unity has an asset store. And you can just be like, oh, I like that. I'm just gonna buy that. Oh, hey, it's in my game now. Wahoo! Yeah, I hate sinuses. Johnny can play 2,000. Make a 14-year-old teen doesn't have $2,000, and if they're spending $2,000 on a couple 3D models, they're a dumbass, and they deserve to get slapped with reality. Okay, Death. I don't know what what issues you're encountering are, because usually if something gets caught by the filter system, like as the admin, I get to see it. But like I'm not seeing any messages getting held for review. Maybe like refresh the page or something. Maybe your connection is a bit shoddy, a bit wavery. Yes, their parents are very kind. If your parents are giving you $2,000 without doing proper research, then they deserve to get slapped with reality. Dropping all my Okay, maybe try like a fucking system reset or whatever, because that seems very, very, very odd. Like chat connection seems like it would be something that would be very, very low maintenance, very, very simple to maintain. Like even if you can't watch the stream, you should still have access to chat. Because I thought that might be another advantage of code. Oh, okay. Nana is a dynamic quality system provided by UE5. Full C# if you want to. Nice, nice. Okay, well, we figured out how to do shit. I mean, aren't the code blocks like basically just the same thing as this shit, except you can't accidentally mistype things? But how can you mistype things if it's drag and drop? Also, anytime I glance over at the stream title, I just chuckle internally. I love the little emotes at the end. I'm glad I saw other people doing that. It's such a clever idea to give like a brief, like not even description, but just like a little vibe of like what the plan is. It's supposed to be easier than coding it normally, but as someone who has a background in code, they just annoy me. I'm only learning them for the fidelity of understanding. Yeah. Yeah, once you understand actual code, quote unquote actual code, like this is probably a lot more powerful. Because, like, you control each individual tiny thing. Okay. Okay, let's try and use this to spawn in the player. Okay, so PLR. I'm waiting. Can we spawn in the obj? Well, I mean, that would be using a prefab, but potentially. Oh, wait, in the mesh instance? Oh, the obj. The ant obj. Ooh, that would be a question for the documentation. As if I've done anything outside of Roblox Lua. I mean, hey, Lua is a programming language. It's very useful for making tasking scripts. Okay, so this is considered an array mesh. Mesh.mesh equals full path to obj. Equals... Oh, I missed that part of your thing. I didn't ignore it. I just didn't see it. Huh? Where the fuck is it? Where the fuck is it? Is it fucking under? Where the fuck is it? It spawns at 0, 0. Oh, that would make sense. Oh, it's just really fucking small. Okay. At least the bug is scale accurate. True. What I'm probably gonna do for scale probably going to make the player model to scale, or we'll just make the player model large enough to easily work with, and then just have that be the internal ruler, so I compare everything to the player model. Literal microscope camera. So like, I'll make the player model whatever it is, and then I'll just see the internal size, and then just correlate that to like 1.5 inches or something. Or maybe I could just, because in Blender, the size of everything is in meters. So maybe I could just set it to like 1 meter equals 1 inch. So that would just make building shit really convenient. So it's like, oh, the player's 1.5 inches tall. I just make sure that the model ends up being 1.5 meters tall. You could also just always build it. Like, if you're making a random enemy or whatever, just get the model to where it looks correct, and then you could just up or down scale it to be appropriate size. Yeah, makes sense. Although, the real question is, can we add a script to the object? Oh, I guess that's what the add class is. The Godot.doc is very bad. The Godot, make sure that you're looking at the most updated doc, because I think like most of the previous documentation is archived at places. Oh, okay, it's just name.script. Okay. Yo. I can just have a giant. Just have like. I wonder if that's how they did the giant rats. They just like, okay, increase scale. More health, more scale. Although I guess it's not the exact same thing, because it does have the special unique plunging attack animation. If you look up Mesh Instance 3D, you only find shit contained within its class instead of the superclasses. Huh? You gotta look up the entire hierarchy tree, decipher what each function. Oh, so if you wanted to, like, access any of the shit from these that it's inheriting, you would have to look them up individually. That's super annoying. Yeah, Whenever I wanted to change something, I would like click on the mesh instance and then just look for the name of the value over here. I hadn't even thought of like trying to find that stuff in the docs being an issue. Okay, let's try and spawn the player. Set scale. And the mesh instance 30 class. And internally, the mesh.scale equals x for you. Idea. Do you want me to turn the little ant skull into the player? Because that would be really funny. Cut, paste the mesh code, add it to the player class. Ooh. That is a good call. I guess so. Function ready. Okay, soup, load. Get rid of that. Set owner. Set owner? Oh, self? Okay. Of course it is. And then this player collision doesn't actually exist. Well, I mean, I need the player collision, otherwise I'm going to fall through the platform. Oh, right, I forgot. It's stupid. Something is broke. What is broken? Node not found. Huh? That's where my issue is. Okay, so and let's see if I can figure this one out. Car dot name equal room. Car dot shape. Car dot set owner. Ooh. Ooh, I need to set the mesh as the owner, I think. Or no. No, I need to make the collision first. And then get node. The meshes first. I think we aren't scaling the player. I'll scale the player at the end. I removed the scaling on the mesh because then it wouldn't match the collision, as if it's already going to match. Need the add child commands at the end to define what order. Oh, so I don't need to do set owner? Oh, well, I guess set owner self will make the player object the owner of both of these. Okay, so create mesh first, you say. Okay, so new mesh, name, model, set owner, new collision, name, shape, set owner, and then just thought we were making the collision based on the mesh. Well, I mean, we can, but, I mean, can I just fucking do this? Wait, that just works? I can just make the collision an Oh. I thought it would be different syntax. Okay, position. 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 Okay, I'm still falling forever. So, I'm not sure. Maybe the position is improper? Wrong. Car.shape equals shape 3D. Abstract base class for all 3D shapes. Shape dot car dot mesh car dot shape equal wait. Okay, I'm just gonna wait until you finish typing because this half information is confusing me. The last things I wrote, copy paste them in. Shape 3D dot new. Owner must be an ancestor in the tree. Huh? Oh no, I know for a fact that you can make custom shapes. I just don't know how to do it through code. Because like I saw like a brief video where someone like just ported in a model of a barrel, and then they did something that made the collision perfectly match the model. Collision checks are faster with the internal ones. Yeah, no, I mean it's better to use simple stuff if you can get away with it. Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm still falling. No, you don't. What? Fuck, what the fuck? You were yelling at... I'm talking to the Godot. You were yelling at me earlier when I did box-shape.new. Okay, why are you falling? Forever. You're supposed to be instantiated at... Okay, let me just get rid of that. You're falling because you need to add... I did set owner to self. That should automatically make them children of the player. Okay, they don't exist because they did not get added to the hierarchy. Add children do different things, and at this point, both are. Okay. Node.set owner, no description. No description, my ass. Okay, so. Add child. Get node soup. Wait, but no, it's not a node just yet. Oh, this is just mesh. Hey, I think the collision is offset from the platform, but we have a thing. Okay, what's going on here? Mesh, transform, collision, transform. Why are you not gravity? You should have gravity. You need to scale after you add the children. Oh. Nope. Hmm. Well, if anything, the collision should be small. Well, without scale, I just plop down to the platform, as I should. Well, it might be that there's a separate problem and the scale is just amplifying the issue. But yeah, the scale is at the very least making it more noticeable. Oh! Oh, the mesh also doesn't match. The collision doesn't match the mesh. That is also potentially part of it. So it's possible that the collision is just much bigger than the mesh because the visual model was really small. So everything might actually be normal. Because the collision doesn't match the fat. Unless, can I? Oh. Huh. Why? Why are you not visible? Box mesh. There we go. Boing, 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 boing. We have a box that can move. Hand claps all around. Vroom and soup. More convenient to change to box mesh in the code instead of going through the prefab. Wait, what? Immediately test what? Oh my fuck. What you just did, changing the mesh from the ant to the box. Da-da. That took, like, magnitudes less time. And if I want to change it back. Da-da. You seem to underestimate how easy it is to work with visual shit than having to tippity tap on the keyboard. And also, if you don't know what all the different meshes are, Oh look, here's a drop-down menu. Yeah, no, if you're already used to typing and you know all the syntax, code is probably faster. Especially if you have like a quick finish. Or like type assist, whatever the fuck it's called, where you just type like 5 letters and then hit tab. Although a mosquito enemy could be interesting. Although I don't know why, but my brain is just imagining a mosquito postman just like delivering packages. Box mess. Okay, that's the first one. But also, that's a less convenient drop-down menu. Number the NPC with no hesitation. Joke's on you. That's the only invincible NPC in the entire game. Yeah, I think this really is just a perspective of like personal experience, personal preference and experience. Still a drop-down menu, except for the part where I managed to scroll through the entire thing and had to go back to notice the that it was even in the list at all. If you never touch the code and always use the prefab, you would never learn the code and gain experience. Well, I mean, you kind of have to touch the code eventually. I mean, like, it's probably possible to make a game engine that doesn't require the developer to use any code, but you're going to be a lot more limited in what you're actually able to make. Like for me, I don't mind messing. I don't mind using code. Code is fun. It's just figuring out the syntax and trying to read documentation that is sometimes tedious. Although I can't imagine working with animations in raw code. That sounds like another level of hell. Whereas I imagine in the like I haven't actually messed with the animation tool, but I imagine you're able to just select specific frames for certain collisions to be active. At least that would make sense to me. That would be convenient. You hit limitations of the pre-made blocks, which I don't think you will encounter. I mean, I'm not doing anything super crazy at the moment. Right now, I'm just making a box walk in circles. Ugh. Soft body simulation, you would need to go into the code. Yeah. I mean, you could possibly just there's probably pre-made there's probably pre-made fluid dynamics that already exist that you could just get a license to use. Yeah, I'm not even sure where soft body would be listed on this thing, unless that would be on collision. Would be in the node drop-down menu. Soft body 3D. Not seeing anything for fluid. Yeah, there's a soft body 3D. Something like that. Get a license or code it yourself and get others to use your license. Yeah. This body will be ignored until you set a mesh. Mesh. Box mesh. Total mass. Black hole. It just. I mean, it's really shiny. Okay, I'd like to fix this jump. It is way too jarring. I don't know if that's like just a scale issue or if that's a gravity issue. Because like bugs can jump decently high. Decrease gravity? I know you can do something fancy to where like you can uh like when you jump decrease the gravity and then like increase it on the way back down. If you're not on floor and then velocity dot y is greater than 0. Has a slider in the project settings. Yeah, but I don't think flat static gravity is going to work the best. I guess so. If you're not on floor and velocity.y is greater than 0, less than 0, so you are currently going down, set gravity. You know, I'm at a guy who will float in midair. No, I'm gonna set the gravity so you have like slight gravity on the way up. How the fuck do I set gravity? Go dot set gravity. Then you go get gravity. Oh, I suppose that also works. Equals get gravity times 0.5. And actually, hang on. Let me case switch match. Expression to test velocity dot y. Greater than 5. Go dot match. Match. Can I not do greater than? That's annoying if I can't do that. It has VR support, but it's very jank. Ooh. Special VR only nodes if you want to run it in VR. Really? That's super odd. I would figure VR would just use the standard 3D shit, but then you would maybe have like a custom VR camera and like hand control nodes. Oh, for seriously? In the Godot docs on the match, which is just Switch, it has a specific blurb saying like crash course for people who are familiar with Switch statements. Just fucking use Switch statements. It's the exact same thing with a different name. The fuck? Why? Hmm. Godot script was supposed to be a scripting language? Yes, and what does that have to do with the Switch case? Switch case and stuff like where switch case and stuff like classes isn't supposed to be a thing. What? Why wouldn't you have classes in a scripting language? Classes are very useful for programming. But I mean, if you're gonna add in the match, just make it switch. It's the exact same thing, just with different words for confusion. Supposed to be simple. So I don't see the point. Just use a coding language for everything. I mean, just C# can be used to make scripts. Pythons can be used to make scripts. Wait, expression. Match is a constant expression identifier. Match. Hmm. Okay, can I go dot match case greater than? Big overhead. It just have it to spell a single text out. It's overkill. Scripting languages aren't optimized for complex. They're optimized to just quickly run. Something small. What do you mean big overhead? It's code. It runs in like half a nanosecond. So like yeah, like I definitely don't have the personal understanding of the differences. Ooh, match. Okay, so match velocity.y array C# has a virtual machine. Let's just start. Oh. Oh, that's odd. Okay, so if velocity.y is 0 or open-ended array, I'm trying to figure out this shit. The match is Godot script's version of the switch. I'm trying to make it to where like I can do if velocity.y is greater than 0, have strong gravity, and then if it's less than that, have weak gravity. That's not what a switch case. No, it's exactly what a switch case is for. You use a switch case if you want to not have 500 bazillion if else. I fail to see how it's bad practice. It does the job. It seems like a very intuitive use case. Unfortunately, it looks like I can't just do check if velocity y is fucking greater than bullshit. Expected expression. This is an expression. Struggling with what it would initiate into us. Yeah, but I don't want two ifs. That's bloated text and extra lines. When I can just put it all into a single switch. Although I don't think Godot supports this. At least I'm not seeing anything about it in the docs. With flat. Well, what about the open-ended array? Or is that just an array with any arbitrary value? And not just any arbitrary value that is not in an array. 4, 6 in the arbitrary. Okay. Okay, so if is not on floor. Okay, so if velocity is less than or equal to 0, strong gravity. Else weak gravity. Okay, yeah, that feels much more fluid. Hmm. What are you making? Right now I'm learning. But I am planning on making an insect-themed Souls-like. It shouldn't matter too much considering the limited verticality of Souls-like. Yeah. I do plan on having platforming. But, like, I don't want... Like, this is a pretty extreme jump height relative to the current character size. Like, once you have, like, actual, like, a proper model, proper animations and stuff, a much lower jump will feel acceptable. But, like, for something like this, having a very tiny jump is just, not good. Dark Souls doesn't let you influence movement in midair. True. I don't like that. Having air control is very good. Thinking about a smarter system like an FSM. I'm not in the mind space to fucking build an entire new system right now. And by right now, I mean literally at this current moment in day because I'm very tired. Yeah, I mean, you keep saying it will escalate very quickly. I do not give a shit. This is learning. I don't care what escalates. I'm learning. Like, like you and Tubbo and like the other people, you're far, far more concerned about this than I am. Like, it's going to be fine. I'm gonna learn cool shit. I'm gonna make cool shit. It's gonna take a long time. I do not care. Okay, and cannot jump while using an attack. Okay. Like, I'm not doing all of this all at the same time, all right now. That's going to be built up over time. We're going to find the edge cases. We're going to implement them in. Also, unless you have an interface for viewing the FSM in its full visually, editing that is going to be incredibly annoying. Because you're going to have a bunch of stuff that's like, oh, if this, do this, then jump 50 lines lower. And then, oh, shoot back up 27 lines. It's going to be a choose your own adventure novel, except nothing makes sense. Like, if you have something like Alivonia, but it's just an editor, that would be useful. That would be very, very useful. Yeah. Throw an FSM tool to... What do you mean throw an FSM? Like an add-on? Like something I install to have its own UI? I'm sure I'm not the first to suggest. Yami, you've been 99% of the messages. So you're the first to suggest basically everything. Visual FSM editor that exports to code that you can just include in your code. Fair. In the asset library, there's an FSM plugin. Looks like there's a few. Is it time? Is it time for me to make a more complex AI than the Hollow Knight? Failed to... Looks like they need to update their images. Oh, you can use this shit for player control as well. I've only seen FSMs in the context of enemy AI. But I suppose if it's like just a visual, like this is just a glorified chain of switch statements, from what I can tell. I wish it would tell me when it was last updated. Prefect Visual Editor? What is this? Some kind of British boarding school? What is FSM? FSM is finite state machine, and basically what it means is you have a state that you're currently in. It checks a few variables, and based on what those variables currently are, it goes to a different position in the state. And then it just keeps checking the variables and then going to the next one until, I guess, it stops existing. So, like, if you're using it for a boss or whatever, you could have one variable be like, how far away is the player? Or, like, how many times has this same attack been done? So, if this attack was used 3 times in a row, it is not allowed to use this attack, so it is forced to use a different attack. This is what Hollow Knight uses for all of its enemy AI, I believe. But I have to go. I have to go to work. But it is Thursday, so I do not work tomorrow, which is nice. Okay. Bye-bye. That's what most games use for control and I. Interesting. Would be really nice if every single Godot tutorial ever that I watched would talk about that instead of going into code and being like, on input spacebar, velocity plus equals blah blah blah. Okay. Gotta go. Bye bye.